Hello. Hi, Hari. Good morning. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Sure, Sanjeev. Thanks. Hi, Hari. Good morning. Welcome. So we'll take another minute for the participants to join, and then we'll start.
Sure, sure.
Okay. So, hi, everyone. Very good morning. A happy Sunday morning. I hope you guys are enjoying your Sunday, and I hope I'm audible. Give me a thumbs up if you all can hear me well. Thank you. A raised hand. Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So, yes, first of all, I'm so glad that you all are here on a Sunday morning. I mean, I understand it is a holiday season and everyone wants to be there with their families. But still, if you are coming, if you have joined this webinar, then this means that the topic is so very important for you. And thank you, guys, so much. I extend a very warm welcome to all of you in today's webinar on behalf of PMI North India Chapter. Yes, I'm excited. I hope each one of you are excited as well because this is a much talked about, much awaited topic. And let me tell you, like whenever we have hosted or we have organized a virtual webinar or in any of the events, and when we ask for feedback, then this has been a perpetual feedback that we need a webinar on the topic of artificial intelligence. So here we are with cognitive project management in AI. And the speaker of the webinar is Mr. Hari Kishore. Hi, Hari. I welcome you. I hope you are able to, hear me. We can't hear you, Hari, if you're speaking. You're not audible. Maybe you want to, yes, please speak now.
You hear me now?
Yes, yes, good. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so should we start, Suchitra? Good to go?
Just, I think, give me a minute, Hari. I'll just, take another 2-3 minutes, and then we
Sure,
can
yeah, we'll
definitely
wait.
start with the topic. Yeah, okay. So, guys, before we start with the topic, let me take 1 minute to quickly share my screen and take you through an upcoming event. We are excited for this event, and
Cannot hear you.
hello.
Yeah, now we can.
Yes.
Yeah, we can see your screen. Thank you.
Okay, great, great. Okay, thank you. Thanks for confirming. So this is, Broad Sutra 25. This is an upcoming event hosted by PMI North India Chapter, and the event will be organized on 5th of October. There is an array of speakers who have been mentored on various topics. So I mean, this event has gained a lot of interest already. But in case you have not registered, then this is the QR code. You can scan it and please get registered because the registrations will be closed by tomorrow. So please do so if you have not yet registered. Yes. Okay.
So Chitra,
Now,
this is Neelima.
hi, Nilima. Hi.
Hey, hi, Hari. Uh, thank you so much for agreeing to do this session for us. You have also generated a lot of interest. There's so many people, and I'm sure that they're just signing in a few moments. It is a Sunday, so people sometimes take time. What I will do is I will add to what Suchitra said, with your permission, I will add to what Suchitra said about um, it is not special because it has generated a lot of interest. It is special because it is 100% created by the chapter. So chapter is not only the organizer, the chapter members are also the chief guests and the speakers who are sharing knowledge. And this is one effort that we take to um, kind of contribute to the leadership skill development of our members. And speaking skills are always in demand. So I just wanted to set that context. And over to you, Hari. Thank you very much again.
Yeah, thank you, Nilima and Suchitra. Conquer with your introduction, especially on the knowledge sharing part. So yeah, I welcome everyone. So can I take over the screen, Suchitra?
Yes, Hari, please do.
Okay, so I have my screen ready. Yeah, so before we quickly jump into the session, can you please confirm you're able to see my screen?
Yes, Hari, we can.
Yes, we
Okay,
can. We can.
thank you.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, so I'm Hari Kishore. I work as a program manager. I have close to 19 years experience. I was actually member of PMI NCR chapter till the COVID time. So I was there for a good 5 years, contributing actively. Had a small groups working at the time, training on the PMP sessions. After that, yeah, I moved my location and then lost touch with Delhi NCR chapter. But yeah, I do have few friends who are in touch with. So now I take this opportunity again to connect back. And now I am also member in another chapter. But yeah, with Delhi NCR friends, it's always a good time to connect. So the topic which we are taking today, it's not something new. It's just a refresher you can think of. So that's a cognitive project management, especially in AI projects. So AI projects, I think anything we do today that comes with a pretext that is it AI compatible? That's what every project is now looking forward, and that also brings us to connect the ways of working, our traditional ways of working. To be specific, how we were doing the project management earlier, and how we need to adapt ourselves. So that's a must for all the project managers. So that's why I chose this topic. Like I said, it's not new, so it's just a refresher and helps us to look at our foundations, revisit, and then take feedback and adjust ourselves back. So what we are going to go through today, that's agenda. I tailored it specific to this session. So if you see the key things, we will speak on what are the key assets that we need to look at for AI project management, and the key role that data is playing in all the AI projects. Data is the backbone, and that's a heart, you can say. It runs around data as a key contributor. And of course, there is a standard established model, CPMAI. I think most of the PMI members would have seen that because PMI do support that a lot. And there are various phases in that, which can be tailored depending on the organization, depending on the industry. But yeah, in principle, those phases will help us to think for a standard approach whenever we look at an AI project. And of course, we'll go through how these phases will align our approach to the business goal, because that's the key thing for any project that we would like to. And if time permits, we'll take some Q&A. So yeah, these are the learning objectives we expect from this session. Like I said, we'll go through the foundational projects in general, what an AI project demands from project managers, and how it differs from the traditional IT projects. And yeah, this is again the key importance of the data and the life cycle of CPMI approach, and as well as the phases and ways of working that aligns us to the overall business value. So how do these AI projects differ? I think it's been more than close to 8-9 years at least. I'm hearing this shift in the mindset towards these AI projects, because the early phases, initially we all were learning and how to handle this AI. We were just looking at a shorter return, and then we're trying to get the benefit out of it. But over the time, projects did mature, and they wanted every one of us to take a look at the overall cycle, take iterations, and then handle the overall AI projects in a different way. So I have put a summary here. So I think the key traits you would definitely agree what these projects would demand. Yeah, I'm sorry. I can remind one thing. I know most of us come from various backgrounds. So whenever I talk of a project, I have not put a specific uh, industry-wide project. So you can think of anything like a chatbot or a GPT-1, or someone coming from banking. I do have a lot of banking experience. So I always look for the financial crime prevention and fraud prevention techniques in any of these BFSI projects. So all these are AI projects. So they definitely come with these traits. If you see, so data will always stay as a key parameter for there, and they focus on the quality of the data. Whenever they don't want to look at a wrong data and then try to improve the model. So they want a quality of data and make sure that all those examples are relevant, and based on that, the acceptance criteria as well as the overall success is also defined, that by having this quality of data, and if we arrive at this business outcome, that's how we're gonna treat this model as a success. And of course, we need to look at the past as well. That's one good trait in AA project. Unlike the traditional waterfall agile projects, we make sure that we look back at the previous iteration, then we correct ourselves again. So that's what the frequent visit of earlier phases and as well as the cyclic flow represents here. So these are the summary traits that I have put. There could be many more as we evolve with AI trends. Now, I think when I had this presentation a few months back, GPT-5 was not there. So now, if I look at GPT-5, it is even more innovative, and it could be adding even like Gen AI ready to this existing model as well. So likewise, the traits could be more, but I have only put the summary ones here. So yeah, just the gist of it. So in traditional projects, normally we have a predefined outcome, right? A goal is defined and we put into phases and we execute the project. But here in AI projects, beginning is a bit tough, where we try to work with stakeholders to have those scope defined, and the outcome is a bit less predictable. So over the iterations, we try to make it more predictable. And yeah, unlike the, what do you call that, triangle that we focus on, the PM, here it's a bit different. So these are the other things which are valued most: the accuracy, overall interpretability, fairness, and efficiency. The fairness and efficiency, they are again linked to uh, the governance aspects, whether data is legal or is it ethical. So these days, I think the entire ethical governance is a different subject together. That itself is having a big chapter in how the project should be treated, specifically for banking as well as some financial all projects. There they want all the data to be ethical as well as it should be governed one. So that's where the fairness and efficiency comes in place. So that demands our mindset to be changed, right? Unlike how we were treating the waterfall or the agile projects, here outcome is less predictable and establishing the definition of done. So in agile projects, we get these from a proper business analyst or a product owner who help in understanding this and deriving this. But here we work with the data engineers and maybe business analysts in a couple of domains, not just one, when you work with the cross industries. And since it is iterative based, the definition of ready also for the next iteration, we look back and then we adjust the overall readiness. So that's one thing with which project managers need to shift and adjust their mindset. And like I said, overall, the cross-functional collaboration, that's not just one team or a one industry. So they would like to connect with how the project is aligned to the strategic goal. Based on that, you connect with your stakeholders. And since the data is playing a key role in all these AI projects, the data scientists / data analysts, they play a key role. And inside the SMEs for every organization, they help in maintaining the quality of data as well as setting up a baseline. Whenever we go for version 1 of any project, like I said, a project means it could be a chatbot or it could be a fraud prevention system. So the SMEs will help in setting up a baseline, and of course the engineering teams, we continuously work. So this is a kind of a technical representation of how, as a PM, we need to shift our mindset and work towards delivering the AI project. And so all of this, it leads to this thing, the CPMI as a standard approach, how we need to drive these AI projects in a data-driven environment. And it has some different phases as well that we'll discuss in the next slides. So before we actually jump into the CPMI, these phases, the two key things, like I said, right, the data, and also maybe we can learn from the failures, the common failures I have put here. So in general, for any AI project, for a organization that, let's say, they are pouring into AI in the initial phases, so they call it iterative, but there could be some common pitfalls. They learn from the mistakes, but that's also good as they evolve from that iteration. So these are the industry-wide recognized ones, how these common problems will help in making sure that we learn the lessons made by others and then move ahead. So whenever we put some poor problem framing, right? So when I say poor problem framing, you take a project and you expect some, the same example, if I take the fraud prevention system, right? So we expect all the banking customers would be safe and secure whenever they use a banking app. So in that, we do have a lot many cyber attacks happening. And based on the analytics, the bank, let's say they arrive at some number, maybe 0.5% of customers are having. So when we start a project to prevent this, the fraud prevention, we cannot put a statement that we try to make the error zero system. But that's wrong, because with AI projects, we can only arrive at making the uncertainty a bit less when we start our iterations. So we cannot have a gold standard set in the beginning itself. So having a proper initial problem framing is not something everyone is expertise at. So they have to learn with iterations. So that's one common thing. And of course, with inadequate data means normally we do have lot many transactions happening, be it in a banking environment or even in an edtech environment where you have these chatbots helping the learners. But not every data is qualified as a data to be used for analytics. So there could be some wrong entries made, and we'll have to take out those wrong alarms. So having these proper data is also, and maintaining that data is also one good aspect in running the AI projects. And most of the projects do fail if the data is not of good quality. And yeah, this is a traditional problem, not just only for AI. So when teams do work in silos without contributing towards having a good understanding on the scope, contributing to the data, and passing the analytics from one team to other, how they can help each other, enterprises cannot run like this. So they have to have a proper collaboration between these teams. And that's why silo teams is one problem in any of the project models, not just AI. And yes, the last one is a lack of iteration. Without the iterations, the data cannot be made strong and the model cannot be developed into a mature phase. So they have to set a expectation to all the stakeholders. Whenever a AI project is there is always a version one, and that needs to be iterative for the next versions. Otherwise, uh, the business value that they get, it is very minimal. It develops over the time. Yeah, I think these are the key causes which are taken at industry wide whenever they try to launch their AI projects. And yeah, I'll quickly run over the overall the data view for the project management in AI projects. So like we discussed, right? So it data helps in having a good pattern, and overall it determines how well the model performs. The same example which I quoted, whenever there is a fraud prevention mechanism. So having a wrong data will give a wrong alarm, and contact center might get a warning for even a correct transaction. They might get a wrong warning. So I think having that data measured as well as feed it back to model, that is key aspect. And few suggested ways we have here for working with data. So if I go from the bottom, first we'll see the right data is selected for any of these models, be it a chat bot or a Gen AI model, or maybe a financial crime prevention one. And they make sure that a proper scraping is done. So all of us know, right, how the data gets scraped across web and structured into the data. And there could be various labels, and even they try to feed that into a proper views in cleaning up the data and making it into a structured use for the overall model feed. And new data. So when I say new data, so over the time, every model will have next iteration in terms of the analytics get developed, right? So if you take an example, the classic one, the e-commerce one. So for Flipkart, if you say the big billion days, maybe for this iteration, there is huge purchase of electronics, and there could be a shortfall of few models, maybe Apple iPhone 17. So based on that feedback, they can try to foresee the analytics next time and try to adjust their feed to give good prediction on what is there in surge with respect to demand. So it changes every iteration. So there has to be a constant monitoring for the data, and make sure that we feed the system into a learning way, that every time there is a new data pattern that is recognized, and we try to feed that with a new data set. So that's why the monitoring is needed. And this last one, I think this is more, we can say, the legal and the ethical framework these days. I think there are new models upcoming as well. But yeah, I could not gather data for that one. But think this way, any AI that is getting data in less ethical way, or giving output which is helping the cyber criminals or the fraud attackers, that system is not ethical, right? So there are a few governance ways. I can recap one example. There is a company called 2021.ai, which is a Denmark based company. So they have a framework called Grace. So the summary is that platform helps the compliance, the legal aspects, and all these governance in a proper ethical way. So I think they're one of the initial players in the AI industry who have tried to explain the business value of having a proper ethical way of handling the data. So yeah, the summary is they try to make sure that the data is secured in a proper way and it comes from a right source, and the overall usage is legal and ethical, and it is not causing any deviations from the expected outcomes, and it could change from geographical as well. So if you take the example of DEI rules that recently changed, right? So in US it could change, and India it could be different. Europe it could be changed. So likewise, it could be geographical constraint as well. But summary is they have to have a proper governance framework, and it could change from industry to industry as well. So yeah, that's more on the role of data. So we'll quickly jump to why we need this CPMI framework. And like I said, it is very much recommended by PMI also. So if you see the standard models which we had, right, the approaches waterfall, or there is one more called cross industry standard. So this was, I think, if there were few projects which used for data mining. So all of them do have challenge in terms of handling the uncertainty. So if you ask any project manager if it is a waterfall, we all can take into various phases and execute that and have certain outcome and deliver the business value. Same with agile, we go by Scrum approach, we do have iterations, we do that. But handling the uncertainty and where scope is not clear in the initial iterations. So that's where CPMI is suggesting we go with this approach. So I think there are 6 guiding principles before we move into the actual phases. I think terminology it seems stays same. So CPMI also tells some foundational things that needs to be cleared. So have the proper business understanding whenever we try to launch an AI project. We make sure that we understand the complete context, how the business is trying to align with the strategy and making sure that the overall value is helping us. So without that, if we just launch the AI model using our technical overall approaches, it can solve a problem in a short term, but yeah, it might not help the overall strategy. We'll discuss that in the next slide as well. And data, I think we spoke enough. So this drives everything, and it has to be iterative by design. And the good part in CPMI is for every phase, so like there is a phase gate approach. For everything, we do have a go no go scheduled for each phase, and stakeholders as well as the engineering teams do have a good sign off before they move to the next phase. So that's what the go no go decisions are used. And cross functional collaborations, yeah, we saw like we have to work with data engineers, SMEs, then business stakeholders, and also the engineering teams. That stays, I think that's same even for traditional projects. And value focused delivery, I think this is also related to the first one, the business understanding. So when you say value focused delivery, we look at the overall outcome of a project after few iterations. It's not just one iteration and we take a call that this doesn't fit. So we look over time and we try to fine tune the model, and then we see how it is helping us. And let's say if it is deviating, we make sure that we adjust the data and try to assess. So I think all these things, they are well explained in the next slide. So yeah, this is a standard one I took directly from the actual CPMI lifecycle. I have not edited anything, only the explanation I have put. So these 6 phases are there. So business understanding, data understanding, preparation, and the overall model development and evaluation. And finally, the operationalization. So if we go deep dive into each one, I have also highlighted the one with different color. So I think that's where PMs would spend more time. So that's why I've just tried to highlight that one. So overall business understanding, so we try to see what is ROI by implementing this approach, and then we try to have a good conversations with all the stakeholders. Is AI just the buzz thing that we're trying to launch, or is it really aligning the value? Because not every project would need AI. So there are still few, if you go few industries, they still go with the traditional ways, and that's how it has to be. And we can't do AI in those models. Then again, the stakeholder expectations. I think this is one aspect where PMs would try to balance in helping the stakeholders understanding what why this project is having this AI approach or not even not AI approach. Even that has to be managed. So that's why having a business understanding is very key in this project lifecycle. And available data assets and inventory is one thing. Let's say if you have already existing data assets, we'll try to use that, and we'll see how well those quality in terms of quality that they are serving the overall model. If not, we try to see that what kind of risks that it poses in case if there is of less quality. Then we try to keep them as a known issues, or maybe we'll try to take out that data not as a not relevant one. So we try to have some established ways of working when we try to have this data understanding also. And then preparation, yeah, I think I just explained, right? So there are many ways. Typically, the data engineers, they try to do this web scraping for data, then try to clean that, structure that, and pass that as an input for any of our projects. Let's say the chatbot, or it could be any system that is helping the learners or the banking apps. So there we try to keep data as clean as possible. That's where the data preparation comes in handy. And overall model development, this is where the actual technology as well as the business domain comes into picture. So overall, these projects, they have multiple iterations. And having said that, they work in various algorithms, right? Whenever the data engineers suggest we have to experiment with this data, if this is not working, we go with another one. And there are few approaches like A/B testing. They try to use the overall model to make sure that, I think we'll discuss that in model evaluation. But in development, we don't use too much of A/B testing, but we try to test that against our own systems and verify whether it is giving the right data. If not, we try to refine the approach by tweaking the data. There could be other issues like performance as well in that. But our end goal is this. We have to have a clear view on why this model is being used and whether we can scale this model, and if this is aligned to our stakeholder expectations as well as a overall organization strategy. If it doesn't meet with organization strategy, then the model will not serve the long run. Like we discussed, it could be a short-term one, and it can fail in the long run. So this is a key where we try to see always that the model is scalable as well as aligned with our organization goals. And in evaluation, yeah, here we see how well the model is helping us. The overall project, it should have, when we test it, right, with a like a standard A/B testing. So we try to see which is a right expected model, and we try to choose that one. So we do have these flavors whenever we try to evaluate the model in this phase. And the other key aspect is here, this also gives the stakeholders, sometimes it could be the end user also. We try to select some of the alpha testers to test our model, whether the data is ethical and legal. So all these aspects come into picture, and whether it is deviating from the expected standards. So they have a option to give feedback here. So that's where the model evaluation comes in place. And finally, the operations one. So here we try to work with few teams. I think standard ops we do have, who actually source the feedback to the teams that are working in, let's say you can call it DevOps in standard IT terms, or even some contact centers who actually take data. Let's say if there is a fraud call that is reported by a customer, and they try to evaluate the root cause of why the call is made and what kind of error is there. And based on that, they try to feed the system back again with the data. So all these inputs are again helping the model to become more accurate, and it's basically retraining the model. And there are a few ways to automate it, but standard way is they try to get this added back to the analytics, and then analytics team would take a call whether to consider this as a uh, retrained data or it is just a one of the case. So exceptions they do understand, but if it is a pattern, they again train the model. So this is one key aspects in ops where they try to keep the model healthy. Yeah, I think that's, let me double check. Yeah, that's a key thing. So all in all, as a PM, we try to again arrive at one point where we always constantly see whether the business value coming out of this AI project is helping with the overall strategy of the organization, how PM should take a look. I think these are the three key things which I try to highlight here. So whenever there is a AI project, we try to put these questions. So what are the use cases that business stakeholders can help us in explaining, and how well it is improving the customer experience, and a standard uh, competition whenever we go for any new model, right? Whether is a competition for that already, or is it just a duplicate that we're doing? So all these analysis are performed much before we launch the AI project. So we have to get these understanding where these use cases are having proper measurable outcomes, not entirely measurable, but at least to a certain extent. So when I say reducing cost or managing risk, it may not address those in the initial iteration itself, but definitely it will, over iterations, it will reduce cost. It will reduce some fraud happening in the bank, or it could happen, it could help in improving the customer experience by handling the customer calls more efficiently. So over iteration, it would help, but we try to get this or understanding with the business teams that what use cases the model is addressing. And few things we have to go beyond metrics, because in traditional projects we get these things right, the definition of ready, definition of done, all these things are easy. But in AI projects, this is one thing which will take some time to realize. So having these a proper acceptance criteria as well as the success criteria, it is iterative, and we have to have the business stakeholders as well as even the sponsors, all of them in confidence to think beyond metrics. It's not just a one-time effort that we are doing. We are looking for a long term, and like a standard running terms, they say, right? We are not just running a sprint, we are on a marathon. So that's what we try to educate the stakeholders and explain the benefit realization over the time. So with one or two iterations, we may not get good benefits, but with multiple iterations, the model works better and better. That's what we try to address here. And yeah, this is my favorite one. So connecting the overall outcome with standard KPIs. So every organization would have KPIs. Uh, so if we try to link the KPIs with the outcomes, right, that makes a PM's life easy, and also success criteria is high for that project. So that's why the three key aspects we try to link our goals to strategic values, like how any of the pillars, be it a financial pillar or it could be an ROA pillar. So if you go to any industry, I think these pillars are common. So if it is helping any of those, we try to keep that business goal marched across the teams, that this is what we are contributing for and how we are solving problems using this model. So as a project manager, we have to be ambassadors in uh, clearly explaining that these are the drivers behind each AI project and how the team should be focused in delivering that business value. So yeah, I think that's the key thing, connecting overall AI outcomes with KPIs. So yeah, I think that's a summary. I think we did go through the foundational ones and then how the AI projects differ from the traditional ones, and the CPMI methodology and the 6 phases that we had, and how the overall aligning the project goals with the business value. And I do recommend a couple of things. So one is on our very own PMI, Introduction to Cognitive Project Management in AI. I think that's, if I'm not wrong, that's a free course for members. You can take a look. And there is one good book, Beizang. I think it's available in Amazon as well. This is one good book. Even I refer. I did not complete, but yeah, it gave a very good overview in the initial phases. Yeah, so I leave some time for questions.
Thank you, Hari. That has been an insightful session. Even I myself was not aware about this cognitive project management in AI. So yes, the light that you have thrown there is really good. And there are two specific questions that we have received.
Sure,
So
yeah.
one is from So one is from Pankaj Kalra, who is asking who signs off on the data quality to be good. One is your client, but anyone else within the service provider organization.
Yeah, sure, Pankaj. Good question. So it's a Suchitra, can you help me understanding? It's a sign when we say signs off, right? The data.
Who signs off? Like when there is a
Okay.
when we say
Yeah,
the
yeah.
data quality is good, then
Right,
who is going
right.
to? Yeah.
Yes, yes. So when we start with the iteration, initially, we definitely have one outcome where we see that whether it is aligned to the overall project goal or it is deviating. So with respect to these multiple iterations, initially, till the time we arrive at A/B testing, we normally do have architects. If I take my classic example where I worked in JP Morgan and even the prior organization that I did work. So architects, the data architects do give a standard approach how we can uh, tune these iterations. But after the iterations, when we run these A/B tests, so it's a kind of a survey that we take from all these a selected cohort, maybe like 20 to 30 testers run the A/B tests and then give feedback. So at that time, it becomes a clear unanimous whether which model is winning, or it could be a close match as well. Then they work again on the data. So signing off becomes easy for a program manager or even some for smaller projects, project manager proceed that this is what agreed on. But data architects do set the standards. So that's the summary. And the model tests that are being done, like A/B tests, that helps in arriving at a conclusion. So sign off, I think it can vary from organization to organization, but in a traditional way where PM is responsible, so they have a go no go, and then they conduct this. That we are proceeding with this model, and this is where it is, and then everyone do vote for it.
Yes, I think I would like to just echo Hari, what you just mentioned, because this is exactly what I'm doing in my current organization. I'm working on a project where the security team, which is internal to the organization, has identified certain vulnerabilities in the project that we are working on, security vulnerabilities. So, so how it is working in my organization, in my team is that the vulnerabilities have been identified within the organization. The data architect, solution architects, application architects sit together, think that, okay, where these vulnerabilities are coming on, and then propose a solution, take a go ahead,
Yeah.
and we implement it. But at the end, the security team, which is based within the organization, they give a sign off. So as you said, I mean, it differs from project to project, organization to organization, but primarily, yeah, I mean, there are multiple stakeholders involved in signing off,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think.
Normally, a typical go no go will help in bringing everyone on the same page. But yeah, and it is iterative also. Let's say if something has gone wrong in the previous iteration, they try to correct it back in the next iteration, that this is what the lesson learned in the previous one, and we have to adjust this in the next cycle. Yeah, good one. Yes, Rita. What's the next question? May I take?
Yes, Hari. So the next question is by Mr. Jagmohan Rawat, and he's asking any specific guidance on measuring ROI for AI projects?
Yeah, that's another tricky one, Jagmohan. Yeah, for ROI, again, it's industry specific. I can only quote example on the one like banking experience. When I work with Chase, JP Morgan, we do have this fraud prevention as one pillar where I worked. So the initial, I'll talk two phases. First, when AI was new for us, like for the bank, we wanted to work on AI models. Then we defined number of like scams, right? The overall scamsters having the banking app impact on the banking apps. I think they wanted to reduce that number of goals, the number of attackers by this percentage, something like that they defined. After 6 months, they revised it again. They revised that now we would like to foresee this metrics. It's not just one thing. So we'd like to foresee how these scam calls are being notified, and that has matured in a way. So ROI, it's not one thing that they define that this is the ROI, but initially they propose that this is what we're trying to address, and if all the business stakeholders agree, they proceed with it, and in the next iterations they try to add something more to that one. So it is not a number for sure in AI, because it changes with data, changes with analytics, changes with industry. So the example which I took, that helps in fraud and financial crime prevention. But if you take any other example of the classic of e-commerce, so here in e-commerce, ROI for an AI system could be, let's say, a number of customers during Big Billion Day sale, or a Diwali sale. They wanted to achieve uh, some X percentage of customer queries in the next 1 week or 2 weeks time, and it could change depending on the number of customers grown overall in Flipkart or Amazon, and they have to uh, tune the model again. One aspect I forgot actually, that's a good thing you remembered. When we deploy these models, right? So initially we either go with a standard cloud approach. We may not demand for a big infra when the initial versions of AI. But answering to your problem, if the overall scaling is not happening with this infra, with whatever the TB or GB size that we have, if we need to scale it further, then again the ROI changes. Whether my sponsor is agreeing for expanding the model to additional terabytes of cloud S3 bucket storage and all I demand, then again ROI has to be considered, and that becomes a key factor in assessing the overall success for the project. So yeah, I forgot that point in my slides. I'll include it in next time. So when we deploy this, we try to assess whether the cloud deployments are in picture, and we try to take a call. So yeah, I think ROI wise it changes. It is not one thing depending on industry to industry. I hope I did give some context to that one.
Yes, thank you, Jagmohan. I think that's an important point. The next question we have, Hari, is it's coming from Deepak, and what he's asking is, I'm into ERP project manager. How AI can help ERP projects?
Yeah, Deepak. I think AI is what to say, imperative, right, for ERP projects. You take any, I take my example, the known one, right, with SAP. I think I think they are one of the key players driving this more aggressively, I would say, on having this. So I'll take my known thing. So I think you must have seen success factors. which is again part of SAP, having these employee overall engagement. At the same time, the performance management, all these things can have AI big role in adapting to AI. So if you take a classic example of a team member, right? So using success factors or even any other performance management, you can define a learning curve, at the same time assess the performance for the member, help in building the career with respect to skill gaps. So let's say if I am a standard project manager, I want to become a program manager or a portfolio manager. You as a manager can clearly define that these are your learning curves and this is your learning path, and you can go with these. And at the same time, you try to measure my success after every 3 months or 6 months. So these days, I think all these things are just in a click way. Literally, I worked on a product called Persipio, which is a Skillsoft product. I think that has an aspect called KC, CAISY. It literally gives everything, the role advisor, everything in few clicks. You just have to type that this is what I need, and it gives you learning path, overall how the measurement is, what are the skill benchmarks. So it gives industry-wide comparisons. So this is again on the edtech side that I'm giving an example. So if you take any standard ERP, AI can definitely help in all these enterprise projects, be it running the inventories, forecasting. I think forecasting and predictability, that's where AI can improve.
Okay. Good. I think that those are good thoughts, Hari. This is a question that is coming from me. Like you mentioned that it is assessed that whether a project needs an AI or not. Right. And so, for example, if you and your team, they evaluated, they assessed that, yes, we will need AI for this project. And this is the tool that we are going to use. This is the AI tool that we are going to use. However, in mid project, you kind of had to deviate from that tool, or have such scenarios and ever occur that you will have to, change the strategy midway.
Yes. Yeah, I think changing the tool did not happen, but I can take one example on like we wanted to integrate with one vendor. I cannot take the name for obvious reasons. We wanted to integrate with one vendor who promised that something behavioral metrics. So say, just imagine your banking app, be it ICC or HDFC, based on the customer's usage. Let's say if your mobile is stolen, um, the person who stole the mobile will be using your mobile in a different way. But what this banking app does with the vendor promise was having this integration with all your behavior metrics. If Suchitra or Hari are using the mobile on their banking apps, it registers some pattern that these are the clicks, this is how the navigation is, and it stores a pattern, and any change to that pattern, it tries to alarm the customer that the geolocation is changed, the overall click pattern is changed, the navigation pattern is changed. So is it you who is accessing the app? And they try to contact in various sources, be it email or and they try to block the application as well. So this was a very good business case we had while integrating with the vendor, a very good UK vendor. And when we try to assess our banking app initially in Chase, we had our business goals that okay, it's a plug and play, and we try to use it in maybe a couple of quarters away. Then we had to switch back because our systems were not actually ready. Our endpoints and everything, they had to be even more precise and even more accurate in passing the data. So the data engineers who were working with our engineering teams, they had to again lay out the architecture correctly and feed a system. There is a internal system which is, we call it Pulse, which keeps on giving the entry points and exit points to the overall this vendor system, and from there it runs some kind of a scoring mechanism. If the score is less than that, it tries to alert the user. If the score is above, it considers that as a pass. So this is how a typical system works. So like I said, initial iterations, it got deviated, and then we had to take a step back. Then we regrouped again, and that project initially planned for 6 months. It took more than 2.5 years to complete, and then even when we implemented it, we were close to 90% of what the model was promising. It was not 100% thing that it was giving accuracy in terms of all these behavioral metrics. So yeah, it can happen. It can happen, but like traditional way how project managers do think, right? So we regroup, then we run some focus sessions, then get consensus from the stakeholders, sponsors, whether we proceed forward or take a step backward. So if you're lucky, you get an opportunity to take a step backward and then repurpose and then regroup for the business objectives. Yeah, if that's not actually matching the expectation of stakeholders, and then you do a proper postmortem and then proceed with the other AI model which would fit.
Okay, yeah, that's really interesting. Thank you. I can see Sobhan has raised the hand. Sobhan, uh, would you like to share your question? And then we'll take one more question from Jacob and we'll conclude. Yeah, sure,
Okay,
Sobhan,
okay.
please take.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much. Thank you so much. Hari, means like majority of the organizations, and you are working in the banking domain, right? And there is a very lot of sensitive data, right? The customer data, financial data that you are handling. Suppose I work in telecommunications, so there are a lot of subscriber data, which is extremely sensitive data. So when you are building the model, you might not be able to use like OpenAI is this chat GPT and all those things, right? So how are you securing, are you preparing your own models, or how you are actually preparing the things, right? It means preparing this so that the sensitive data is not
Yeah.
shared. So
Right, right,
that will,
Shobhan. Yes.
that is actually is a big compliance issue, right? So that's why. Wanted to
Yes, yes.
understand.
Yeah, very good question. And in fact, we do have an internal, our own model, our own LLM. But before that, we had this classic problem. So having these restrictions on the data, especially when you don't have this governance framework, the data governance framework defined. So two phases of this one. So I'll talk on the initial problems, then I'll talk on the time when we got some maturity into the system. So initial, when we had this, there was no proper governance. So at that time, analytics team did help us a lot in having these data cleanup done and get this data obfuscated. They do this scrambling and everything. So that did help to certain extent while we were testing some of the systems. But with respect to, since being a bank, right, we have to be GDPR compliant and make sure that PI data is protected. So for all these things, there was a team. Forgot the name of the team. I think we call it data privacy, but yeah, on top of it, there is a team. So we have to get approval from that team clearly that we are proceeding with this data, and we need a sign off for this. And some of them could be real customers whom we notify them, and only on their confirmation we take that into participation. So these are called the alpha customers, and some of them are inside the bank only, who are actual banking members. So that is one way we dealt with. Then after that, of course, we have matured into LLM. We have our own LLM and get all these initial data questions and everything sorted out through LLM itself. And over the time, our analytics team as well as the data governance team, right? Now we do have a big data engineering team, data governance, data privacy, modeling. So all of them do have a good architecture in place. But for smaller organizations, like you said, right, initially that will be the concern. So they have to go by a standard approach, how they get the sign-offs on the GDPR and get the PII data secured. So they go with a standard contract way of doing. But for larger organizations, yes, now they do have a solid approach in how they handle the data problems, how the data governance should be in place. I think data governance is now being across all the big players, right? they do have their own data governance. Like you said, right? For telecom, I'm sure you would have your own way of securing this data and PII as well as GDPR compliant. But for few others, like you go for e-commerce, right? For e-commerce also, it's not as stringent as banking, but definitely they try to protect some of the numbers and everything. But some not very big players, but some local e-commerce ones, right? They try to expose the data. That's why you get calls from whenever you visit a mall, if by accidentally you fill it, right? So these things happen for smaller players. For bigger players, this overall data architecture and governance is the solution that helps in having this proper GDPR as well as PI in place. Hope that answers.
Yeah. Thanks, Hari.
Yes, Hari, thank you so much. I think yes, you're right. I mean, that is the only answer to implement the tools and data governance in place. I think we can take this last question from Jacob to wrap up the entire session, where he's asking, do you think AI can perform human-like cognitive thinking? And I think that's not only Jacob but everyone else's mind. But I don't think human skills are going anywhere with AI. But yeah, over to you. Your thoughts, Hari.
Sure. I think that's one thing, but yeah, being a human, right? So I always want human to surpass and use AI as a friend, not as a competitor. So yeah, they won't surpass. They might surpass in shorter iterations, but they won't go beyond our thinking. That's what I truly believe in, because we have this, what to say, the ethical, and we have the right to choose what is ethical and what is legal, and we can rely on a safe ways of working. But AI doesn't have that boundaries. So I think as long as that is not achieved, always human will have advantage, and we will have a better way when we collaborate with AI and get it work for us, not the other way.
Yes, Hari. Thank you so much. Let me just share my screen for another
Sure, yeah.
minute. Can you see my screen? Can you see?
Yeah.
Okay, yes. So, Hari, on behalf of Project Management Institute North India Chapter, I would again like to thank you very much for giving your time to all of us and talk about this topic, which is a topic of decade or century, that artificial intelligence. But I cannot conclude this webinar without saying this, without mentioning this, that Hari, I had a pleasure and honor to work with you in the fintech organization. And I think how Hari used to come across as very calm, very composed, always smiling. And I used to think that, how is he doing that? I mean, the timelines were frantic, but Hari was like, okay, everything will be done, don't worry. And he's always been passionate about the topics that he is working on. So yes, thanks, Hari, once again, to honoring us, all of us, with your presence, and taking us through this topic of artificial intelligence, cognitive project management. So yes, thanks again.
My pleasure, Chitra. Yeah, thank you, everyone. Like I said, right, I was an active member in Delhi NCR PMI chapter. So I always look back my stint in Delhi, and like Suchitra mentioned, we worked for a bank and having a tough deadlines. But yeah, that's how we all learn, and we are happy for whatever the collaboration that taught us. So yeah, thank you again, everyone. And I have just gave my LinkedIn in case if you would like to connect, you can do that. I'm happy. So look forward for future sessions as well. Whenever I find
Yes.
time,
Yes.
I will definitely contribute. Thank you
I
so
would
much.
just request, yeah.
I
Nilima, please
just
go
want
ahead.
to say, Hari, with this session, let us consider this the Ghar Vapsi, and let us see you more and more in our events. In fact, we've got one on 5th that Suchitra talked about. We would love to see you there. And
Yeah,
thank
sure,
you
sure.
for, yeah, yeah. Thank you for today. A very interactive and, like Suchitra said, very patient you are always with the questions, with the explanations. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Pleasure. Yeah. Thank you all. Have a good day
Thank
and
you.
goodbye.
And guys, please do fill the feedback survey, because then only you will be able to get your PDU code once you click the submit button. So please do that. Thank you. The feedback survey form is link has already been posted. I will share it again.
Thanks to everyone who attended, and thank you, Suchitra, for making this happen.
Yes, most
Pleasure.
welcome. Thank you.
Good day.